Yep. Yep. Hello. Hi, hi. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Ixon. Hi, Brian. Hello. Hello. Hope you're doing good. I think I had one too many coffee this morning. But then again, I feel like I'm drunk. It's like I had too much coffee at the same time I had no coffee at all. I don't know how that I don't know how that works. I feel weird, but I feel energy. I feel energy, but I feel weird. That's the energy for today. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. So it is confirmed, well, confirmed sort of, that whenever I had food, whenever I eat food, or after that, my throat will feel weird for a little bit, and then it will, after a few hours, I think, after a few hours, and then it will eventually get better. But I'm not too sure what the problem is, just... I don't know. Oh yeah, I've realized something. I don't know if I talked about this before, but at least around here, I wouldn't say whole Malaysia. I'm not gonna say the whole Malaysia and everything, but I would say at least around my part, Miri, Miri, right? So over there is like, or over here, sorry, is like, whenever we go to a place and then, let's say we go to a local eatery, and then whenever like a waiter or waitress, they put our food down to our table, and then usually we'll go like, thank you, or like, give it a bow of head and dip your head a little bit, right? Usually I'll say thank you lah, like, they're doing hard work. they are truly doing hard work, like for real. So I will usually say thank you, and then they'll say thank you back, and I'll say thank you. So sometimes it becomes like a back and forth thank you, because I thank them because they brought food for me. They thank me because I'm a customer over there, right? So they thank me, I guess, and I thank them again. It's like, where's the you're welcome? I will see. The thing is, at least for me personally, I never really said you're welcome. Even when someone says thank you to me, I would just be like, thank you. It's like a reverse thank you, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know. I never said you're welcome in real life, I feel like. Whenever people say thank you, I'll say thank you back with the big bow of my head, like, thank you. Something like that. It's like, it feels weird, but it doesn't feel weird at all at the same time. It's so, I don't know. I don't know if any one of you here actually have this, well, quote unquote problem, but I don't think it's a problem for me. I feel like it's a pretty normal thing to do, I think. Although not all local eateries, but usually when I go to, let's say, a more highly established mall, supermarket, pharmacy, usually when I buy things there, and then I would say thank you, like once I purchase my items, I purchased the item, I acquired my items, I would be like, thank you, and then they would actually say you're welcome. It's like, wow, whoa, hey. High class, aren't we? So hi class, right? They reply with a you're welcome, because I never did that. No, it's no in no way, shape, or form I'm trying to attack anyone. It's just that I think it's my own sequence. How do you say that? I don't know. My own behavior, habit. That's the word. My own habit of just saying thank you to thank you back. Hello, Burbo. Hello, Jake. Welcome. I was just sharing because this morning, well, not this morning, but actually all the time I went anywhere, I say thank you to people, and the people say thank you back. It's like, that's the most normal feeling. But then when I go to like schools and everything, and they just be like, okay, when people say thank you, you're gonna respond with you're welcome. It's like, no. When people say thank you, you're gonna say thank you back. I don't know why. It's just how I feel, because when people say thank you back, I feel very, very obliged. I feel very obligated to say thank you back instead of you're welcome, because we're both helping each other, and it's not like I am only benefiting from it. Like, it's not like they're benefiting from it, I'm benefiting from it as well. So it's like, if I say you're welcome, I'm not like I'm not giving thanks in return to the person that's helping me. So I don't know. That's how I feel. Majorly sleep deprived and majorly sleep deprived. Oh my god. Well, I know you work in medical field, and I cannot tell you to go be like, go get some sleep. You're probably very busy these days, huh? Or all the time, actually. But still, try and get some rest if you can. That would be nice. It's always nice to see you, though. Hi, Toys R Us. I just don't feel like saying you're welcome. Because if I say you're welcome, I'm not giving thanks to them, and I feel bad. It feels like I'm missing something, or they're missing something, because I didn't give thanks to them. So I will never say. I will hardly say you're welcome. Usually I'll just respond a thank you with a thank you back. I'm home, but I haven't been able to sleep because my brain went funny mode and I feel extra tired, but I've more than enough energy to pass as an atom in a nuclear generator. That sounds like coffee, but I don't know if you had coffee. You are from that place, and it's like... Oh, isn't it like still pretty early over there? Morning 6 a.m. I think I might be wrong. 6. It's 3 p.m. Oh shit! Then I was entirely wrong then. I'm not sure how you. I'm not sure how to help, but oh god, 6 cups. I hope it's not like, you know, the mega jumbo cup. Oh, you're 3 hours ahead of me. Oh, that's surprising. I don't know why. I always thought you're like around 6 hours ahead or behind. There was a point in life when I drank 8 daily and energy drinks, and it ended up very fast though, because it's very pricey, and not because your body cannot handle it. Oh my god, Jade. Oh my god. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I understand now. It's very pricey. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna play Monster Hunter. Oh yeah, let's give myself a challenge today. No matter how annoying a fight can be, let's try not to get pissed. I'll try, but I'll still hate Lagombi. Just saying, I'll still hate Lagombi. Is there a patch for Tekken 8? What the fuck? Third patch already? Press. Whoa. What's the... Why is there so much buffering? Okay, listen to this. Press. Oh my god. Click. Whoa. Okay, wait. Why is there so much buffering? Why if I change this one to this? Don't crash. Oh, thank god. Press. Oh, it's not that bad. Okay. My body was mostly fine. My mother was very sad. Yeah, I can totally understand. Energy drinks are by all means not cheap. They are expensive. Like you will see the little itty bitty can. You would think, oh, it's only like 2 ringgit or 2 ringgit or some shit. No, it's like 6 or 7. Like what the fuck? It's so small. I don't know. I didn't play this yesterday. I didn't unlock the urgent quest yet. It's Good Friday yesterday and my sister wanted to play some Left 4 Dead. So I had a lot of fun playing Left 4 Dead. And Left 4 Dead is great. Left 4 Dead is fucking great. Because I don't know how to shoot well, and then everyone was just like, oh god, help! Exactly, you grab a small can that's barely as big as your palm, you look at the price and place it back on the shelf, right? God damn! Of course the wallet's gonna be paid for, holy shit. And I know for a small can it's like it's a very concentrated energy drinks are supposed to be very concentrated something. I don't know what they're made of, right? But because I have diabetes, I cannot actually drink it. I drank it once and then I didn't drink the whole can, by the way. I only drank like half a can, I think. Yeah, I drank half a can. My blood sugar went batshit insane. That's how strong it is. Holy fuck. I am never touching that shit again. It was spooky. Very spooky. Actually, I have a question. I saw the Monster energy drinks, right? They are like way bigger of a can, isn't it? Do they taste the same? I never tried them. Because I only seen like some small cans like Red Bull. You know, like small can? You know, like a normal can size but half that? Those kind of energy drinks I drank before. And they are like super fucking concentrated. But I saw Monster energy drinks, it's like that big. It's like super big. Excuse me? And the pricing is surprisingly not as much as I thought. It's a lot, but it's not whoa kind of a lot, you know? Maybe I should try it someday. Just beforehand I will inject as much insulin as possible, and then just drink it a little bit. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? I guess I have to kill Congalala. Fuck, alright. This kobold has learned how to drink. This kobold drink energy drinks and know how to swear. Kobold will say back. I need cleanser? Deodorant. How many deodorant? There, okay. Oh, I already ate, okay. A Valor Great Sword, my beloved, carry me. Carry me, Valor Great Sword. Am I shouting? I don't know. I'm half drunk, I think. I'm at a drunken state where I don't know what I'm doing at all, and I have a lot of questions, but I'm enjoying what I'm doing currently, so hey, I'm not even complaining. It's just a weird state of mind that I don't know how to explain it. It's like sometimes my brain will go hee hee and then just resets itself. Maybe I shouldn't have drank so much coffee this morning. I had 2 cups. Kill monkey? These monkeys are tough. I hate them. Oh. This stuff. Oh. Done. What? Where'd you come from? Did you just respawn like that? You probably did. Oh. Oh, I cannot go there. Where can I go? How do I go to number 2? Oh, fuck, okay. That's a long climb, holy shit. Congalele. What are the noises? What are... Gobogrim. Gobogrim. I mean, us Kobo should be very well versed in the art of climbing. We are small, we have to climb to our dragons. Very important skill to have. If you don't know how to climb, we cannot kiss our dragon on the shield, no? Very important. Very important. Oh, I found it. I was about to use Psycho Serum. Moonbreaker. Moo. Can I cut the tail? Pretty sure I can. I mean, that tail is looking mighty long. I don't care. I care a lot now, fuck. Yeah. Everything's fine. Moonbreaker. Oh! I don't care. Feels good. Okay, one too many times, buddy. Nah, don't eat stuff in front of me, baby. Moonbreaker. I got so lucky. Downstate? Oh, I destroyed the mushroom. The mushroom is gone. I guess that's how you counter it. Out of food, I see. Footless? Uh oh. Footless? Huh? Are you footless? Moonbreaker. Ow. Wait, where'd you find that mushroom? Or something? Oh. Oh, wow, Milk, holy shit. Milk. Milk is goddamn pissed. Help. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. But how you climb Dragon's Move? Oh, we climb still with claws. Sort of. I have huge peppers. You bitch. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's 10 in the morning, wake up, you overslept. I did paintball, right? Okay, I did. Oh, what if I add to my character? You know, I add to my kobold, like these huge peppers right here? What if they have like suction cup noises? You know, they have suction cup functionality. It's like you can Then just go up slowly. You know what? Yeah. Suction cup functionality. Just for climbing. Damn. No recovery? Yeah, I have feeling. It's a bait. I cannot get baited too many times. Moonbreaker! Yay. I rolled into it. I shouldn't have waited that long. What? Okay. Directed and a half. We love that. Moonbreaker. I love my Moonbreaker. Asshole. Ah. I don't care. Ow. Look, I got greedy, okay? Just for climbing. What do you mean? What else can it be used for? It's suction cup. The last thing I believe Nicole will say is just for climbing when it comes to dragons. Well... Oh shit, the potential. Oh, you're right. Wait, it has potential. Wait, if I have that, I have so many uses for it. Wait, oh my god. You are entirely right. It is not only just for climbing. The potential is endless. Oh my god. Wow. I've opened up my third eye. It's right here. Yeah. Come on, unlock infinite power. Yeah, now I have too much power. Be careful, dragons. I'm gonna get you. With my suction cup bappers. For what? I have no idea for now. But hey, the sky's the limit, I think. If I have suction cup bappers, I don't know. I'm half drunk in state. I think I'm just... I don't know. You know what? I'm not even gonna make excuses. It's fine. It's just suction cup. There's nothing else that I can do with it. Other than climbing dragons for now. Right? Suction cup bappers. Every boob is like a smooch. That is actually perfect. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Every boob is like a smooch. I wanna suck. I wanna suction cup bappers right now. I will volunteer. Oh. Eevee? Yeah, Eevee. Yeah, yep. Oh, hi, Eevee. Eevee come Moonbreaker. Whoa. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, not towards Congalala. Congalala sucks. But to Malzeno, yeah. Ooh, we take those. I'm dead. You and your backdash and dash forward, asshole. Going down. I'm sure that little Konga is gonna destroy me. I told you. Like, there we go. Moonbreaker, asshole. I love Moonbreaker. Today Kobo loses 60 shinies? Nah, they're still here. And they're mine. My shinies. Oh no, hi. Hope you're doing good, Eevee. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to kill Small Conga as the main quest. Sub-quest is Congalala. I could've just skipped it. No one told me. Well, I forgot. Dash? That didn't kill? Three more? I love Moonbreaker. Oh yeah, I came from here. See, the thing is, I could just easily make it canon that I can easily make it canon that Terra has a suction cup for beans. Which I think would be a very interesting idea. It's funny how my head is just like full, like my head is full of suction cut bappers right now. I don't know, it's just... The concept itself is very interesting. I don't think I've seen it... I don't think I've seen design like this online, if at all. Nice too. Oh. Oh. Crap, crap. Light crystal is too important. Oh, I've never been here. Oh, this place is cool. Can I go up? I think I can. Making good progress. Urgent quest, maybe? No? Unless there's something that I need to do. I'm not flying anymore. Oh, Forlorn Arena! I know this place. Gammoth, Aslos, Mitsu, and Gleipnir all are confirmed to be present. Okay. Change to who I don't know. I need to get all of them? In a row? Okay. In a row, you mean? Where's the quest? Oh, oh, yeah, they're still low rank, I forgot. Huh. I guess I can do that later. For now, I kind of want to just try to get to like... Oh! What am I looking at? Oh! Upgraded Monster Hunter? Oh, they're separate? Oh, too hard. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about requests. Oh, it's you. Shape of Tigrex. Six star? So it's still low rank because high rank is 7-star, I think. I mean, there's not much. I don't know what else of a high rank quest I need to do, to be honest. I guess I can go see. Let me check again, right? Let me check again. I think it's only left with Prowler quest. It's definitely not Harvest Tour. Yeah, it's all left with Gathering Quest. 5 Burn Husks. Ugh. 10 Tropical Berry. 6 Hermitol. There's no way he wants me to do this, right? 2 Wyvern Eggs? In Ruined Pinnacle? Fine. Dashing to place the stamina, stop knocking with transporting item. Okay, I need this. Oh, nice. It's okay. I have a cheat code. It's gonna be in Ruin Pinnacle, right? Ruin Pinnacle, then don't need any drinks. I just need Mega Dash Juice. There we go. So we got 100 Royal Ludroth, and then we're just gonna go to the Wyvern Egg. Simple as that, right? Mega Dash Juice allows me to just keep dashing without having to worry about stamina, so there we go. Oh, maybe it's the Prowler quest. It could be the Okay, fine. If this is not the one that triggers the urgent quest, I'm switching Prowler. Oh, ooh, I got lucky. Oh, this is high rank Ludroth. This is not a joke. Yeah, they hurt. The bugs. Moonbreaker. Another one? Again? Oh, I should have held it. I should have held it. Uh-oh. This could be death. Is it tired? No, it's not. Another one? No? Okay, just stop there. Moonbreaker. That's a break. Moonbreaker. Dash? Had a feeling. Moonbreaker. It charges so fast. Ooh, that's a ooh. Ooh, that's a ooh. Ooh, that's a rather annoying move, isn't it? Another one? Shit, I walk into it. Another one? Ooh. It's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Got the scale out of it? Uh-oh. Oh wait, I already cut the tail. Oh. Moonbreaker. I missed. Ooh. Oh my god, it just disappears. What do you mean it just disappeared? me first. I'll take it. Oh. Ooh, that LE. What? Thanks, game. Thanks, game. Don't do it. That's gonna hurt. Moonbreaker. Woo! Oh, it's so tired. Holy shit. I think I captured it already. Yep, I certainly can, but I'm too late. Fuck. My spongy boy. My spongy boy. Okay, if I remember correctly, Wyvern Egg was at the top? Yeah, I think it was at the place where it was really cool with thunder and everything. Yeah, that place. I guess I just need to keep going up. Up left. There's the Wyvern Egg. Up left. Yeah, that's the Wyvern Egg. Ow. Oh. We have sneak dragon. Head? Okay. I'm not gonna ask. Unseen? Is there more large monsters? Okay, yeah, there's none. Just curious and wanted to check. Oh? Oh, why is that shiny? Oh. Wait, deep place is very cool. Deep place? Just let me gather input. Oh, you just had to do it. I just wanted to get there. Oh. Oh, that's how you get striped skin. I remember I need striped skin for something. The rush shell is just a weapon, isn't it? It's not even that good. Mm. Ooh. That's so cool. Oh, I'm fine, okay. I guess they don't want to attack me unless I'm gathering. Moonbreaker! Bonk. I love Moonbreaker. Alright, let's get the Wyvern Knight back. Oh, that was dangerous. I didn't think it would jump. I didn't think my character would jump. Run! Meow meow. Just my kitty's just meow meow. A lot of meow meow. How do I get back to camp? Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Okay, there it is. Okay, it's not that bad. They meow, and then they meow. And then they do a little bit of meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Alright, let's go get the other one. Usually after the one egg, more small monsters respawn. So at least one is safe. Meow meow. Yep, there it is. Look at that. Macau. We have chicken. We have chicken. But it's no big deal. Conchu? Oh god. If it's Conchu, then I have to be fast. Alright, off we go. Run! There's chicken! I love Mega Dash Juice. Look at that, I can just keep running for like 10 hours. Alright, do not hurt me. I didn't hurt chicken. I'm just gonna keep running. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Okay. One more, I think. Oh no. Why is it Melings? Okay. It's okay. If I can keep running, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Problem. As long as I don't... Oh, I triggered one. Okay. I triggered two. Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I can keep running. Okay, they're not fast enough. We are safe? We are safe. Okay. I don't like transporting quests. God damn it. Imagine without Dash Juice. I don't think I can do it. And before Aptonov just bullied me. They go bonk and then... Nah, I'm sure Aptonov will not do it. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. It's not meow meow anymore, it's NGIAU. NGIAU, meow meow. Oh, okay. Time to sleep. Cobalt strong. Flex who? Flex. Flex. The classic flex. Very important stuff. That's a lot of stuff. That's not it. Okay, I'm changing to Prowler. It could be the Prowler quest, I don't know. I could play as Heck. Heck is not beast mode though. It's okay. Let's not play beast mode. It's okay. Alright, we are Heck now. Mini Barrel Bombay. What else do you have? Sumo Stomp? Chestnut Cannon? Instantly enter Feline Fury mode. Can't use when already in Fury mode. What does that even do? Then we have Panicle skills. Increases weapon sharpness by 1 level? Oh, handicraft! Oh! There's a bird right outside my window. Is that Jade? Is that Brian? I don't know. It looks like the bird is chirping right at me. Yeah, skills looks good. Let's go make new equipment. Ace Polygo? There's those rippling paw steps. Ooh. Oh, too much. Wait, that was good. Power C? What is Power C plus? I don't know. Water resistance, iron resistance, bleeding, paralysis, defense. I don't know. Okay. Let's go make new armor for our Palico. Yellow. Oh yeah, yeah, affinity up, right. Lagia Anchor. Ooh. I think you would need like a balanced weapon. Katzenlampe. It's balanced. Ooh. Yeah, let's use this one. Ooh, Deep Quick Summer is pretty good. Whoa. Cool horror. Game of Color, wow. No. Lagia... Oh, Lagia is just pirate. Let's make a full Gore Mangala? Sure. Uh-oh. Alright. I'm flying! Tree kitty waiting for food. Alright, let's do a Prado quest. Tall mushroom in the ruined pinnacle. Okay. Shouldn't be too hard, I think. Whoa. Oh, where am I? Shining Charm? Oh, these are all good stuff. How do I even get up there? Nice. Tall mushroom, that means I have to go find mushrooms then, right? Like that one. There it is. So I guess on EU. On any mushroom node that I can find it. Excavator. Paralysis? Oh, Bonk is Paralysis Hammer, I forgot. And one more things. Hi, Kesley. Drink? Okay. Let's go high rank village? Yeah. I got to high rank yesterday and now I'm just like keeping it high rank. I want to get the urgent quest but I don't know how. Hey. So I'm now trying to do the Prowler quest that it has. I don't know. Good night and congrats. Hey, thank you. Also good night. Okay. Ten tall mushroom? 9. Tall mushroom. 8. Okay, just one more. Mushroom? Not even one? Not even one, okay. Gold cricket. Oh. Eat excavator. Eat. 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 I cannot see the leg. Maybe I don't like Gore's armor set as much. It looks cool, but I cannot see the leg. Whoa, how many hits? Oh. But why? Oh, hi, cheesecake. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. You bully. Oh. Oh. I never bully. Fair. And the cheesecake will never bully. Not even one? Oh. A dragon toadstool? There we go. Now I just need to climb. Also, how's the heckin' bean doing? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, bean. Oh yeah. Just now me and Jake just figured out something very interesting. we were talking about climbing, cobalt and climbing, and I was like, how about Babbers with suction cup functionality like this one? and then going suction cup Babbers. And I think I like that idea a lot. Big lucky Napple? Big. Oh, iron horn. Max level 35? Nice. Hey, it's not a Prowler quest? Do I need to finish every single one? Oh god. Yeah, what does Shagaru Magala's armor look like? Ooh, maybe not this one. Oh, this one. Oh yeah, Shagaru Magala is Angel, right? Oh. Yeah, angel feathers, okay. First scrap plus. Let me go check my Meowns the Hunter. And, oh yeah, Meowns the Hunter can do high rank now. I'm pretty sure that's how I get first scrap plus. Too soft. Too soft again. Oh, too hard. Don't think I can get first scrap plus. Oh, I can. Sure. Sure. I can make... Ooh. I want Aptonoff. Yeah. Oh, I need one more first scrap that I cannot get. Oh, this one needs humble scrap. Well, it's not the same, but it will have to do for now. Or scrap plus. It's only close range. Finger liquor. Oh no! Oh no! Fine. Fuck. Okay. Alright, here we go. Here we go. I wonder though, can it be like 4 Prowler in one quest? I feel like that would be very strong. Wait, Konga's in this map? You're gonna die! Nice. I think... Will they respawn? It doesn't look like they'll respawn. Okay, so we're 5, 4? Yep, 4, okay. Are you gonna hit me? Okay. Oh. Yeah. Hercudrum. Hercudum. Drum. I need that bug. I know I need that to like upgrade or something, but upgrade what? I don't exactly remember. But I do know that I need it. Dragonite. These things is so hard to kill. Well, 572, haven't checked out 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't think I need to. I think I can just go between... Yeah, these maps. So 5, 4, 2, 4, 5. Just 3 more. I feel Piercing Boomerang is gonna be so good against big monsters. It's gonna do so many hits at once. I love Piercing Boomerang. Can I do this? Got him. Oh, they do respawn. Just one monkey getting ganged up by 3 kitty. The bully. I feel oddly sleepy today. I say oddly because I drank 2 cups of coffee this morning. Weird. It's not yet. Oh my god. Do I have to do everything? Probably. Oh, okay. Nice too. Okay, we took the quest. I think it's fine. We can just go. Not much of a things that I want to change for now. Oh, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm Prowler. I can look at where the monster is all the time. Oh, oh, I can just jump down. Oh, it's below. Oh, poisonous swarm. That works. Oh, wait a minute. Ow. Ow. Bonk. Got him. Oh, flew the wrong way. Oh, hi, where's Ray Gaming? Welcome. Oh, why did I walk into it? Uh-oh. Hope you're doing good. I don't have a map. Ooh. I have no heals. Oh, nice. Oh, ow. It's okay, I'm Kitty. I can die 9 times, I think? 8 times. It's basically Game Shark. Oh god. This place is tough. There's so many Veloci praise. Got him. Got him. Hey, that was not too hard. Piercing boomerang is kind of fun, not gonna lie. I can just keep throwing boomerang and I can deal a lot of damage too. That looks cool. Damn. What do I need that much particle for? I can't even take care of all of them. Okay, so it's not Prowler Quest. Please don't tell me that I actually have to do everything here. Oh man. Definitely not Harvest Tour, so there's only 2 more. Okay. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah. Maybe I want a new weapon. Let me go look at it. That's kinda cute. A lot of these are like close range. I kinda want a balanced one. I kinda want this one. Royal Little Scrap plus 4. Okay. Royal Little Draw. Okay, fine. It should be easier. Slightly easier. I hope. Bonks all this slacking. It's a large monster? It could be a Gendrum, but it's non-existent. If it's like that, then it's like Cephadrome? Oh, it's Barif. It's Barif. Hi. How you doing? Why you mud bathing? Get out. There it is. There's the boy. This one's pretty chill. No. Whoa, what's the turn? Holy shit, this... What a jump scare. What the fuck is that turn? I did. Oh, all my kitties are dead. Oh shit. Headshot. Got him. I broke something. I missed. I'll do it again. I think no heals is kinda hard, but at least the milk can heal, so I'm not gonna complain too much. Bonk also have a health horn. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot to aim. Got him. I won that. I'm dead. I'm 100% dead. I told you. Hey, too greedy, too greedy. I need all the shinies I can get. Oh. Other than stun. Okay, triple backdash. I respect that. Milk is fast. The first one chasing is Milk. Milk is the healer. I just realized this kitty doesn't have any healing skills. It's a little bit dangerous. Oh. Phantom range? Yeah, I got greedy. It's fine, I still have how much? 6 chance? The hits. Hi Roxas, stinky. You're the one that's farting and then you're telling me that I'm stinky. How could you? Hi Roxas. Are you feeling weirdly sleepy today? Because I am. I don't know why. I slept pretty... Well, okay, I slept pretty late last night. Because Ulala opened up something new and I was like, oh shit. Monster Racing? So yeah, I have to play it. I played until like 3 AM I think. Because it was pretty fun. I liked it. Do I still piercing boomerang? Oh, I do. Oh. You're running away again? Wait, isn't this quest to get tropical berries? Right, I'm supposed to get tropical berries. Okay. I'm just trying to get her. Oh my god. At least that's everything. Maybe I should play Bombing Bias, it's more fun. Right? I mean, explosions, who doesn't like them? I'll take it. Oh my god, the range. I was sideways already. Oh, I'm not safe under its pee-pee. Well, not pee-pee belly. Oh, thank goodness for feline foodie. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, okay. I think I need to do like this. So that's what I can do when I'm angry. It does it basically playing Aerial Prowler. Interesting, okay. I'm not angry anymore. But I can force myself to be angry. Yeah. And I can do this. Okay, that's really fun. Oh, okay, I can even go behind. Oh, are you there?
Now, Topo, but you can keep coming for the next 2 minutes.
I'm gonna yip. I'm gonna yip. I will yip. I will yip. No. Hi, numbers. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I need tropical berry. How much do I have? 6. Tira is such a cutie. Wow, numbers. I'm gonna cry. But not numbers. Numbers is pretty cute too. It's so cute I can yip. How do I find tropical berry? I'm not seeing any tropical berry. That's not it. This one is the tropical berry. I'm not though? What if in Kobold's book she makes a very adorable? Oh, I need one more. Oh yeah, I do hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Don't think I greeted you. I am very sleepy today for whatever reason. Yep. Kobold very sleepy for... oddly sleepy, I would say.
I think I ate something that's too spicy this morning. I ate too much spicy food. My stomach feels weird. It's not like I want to go toilet kind of weird, that kind of feeling. It's more... It's just weird. I don't know how to explain it. Too much spicy food in the morning. I just don't think Rust Shard is anything good. It just gives me an iron weapon. Although one time it gave me like a rust weapon, which is kinda cool. But other than that, it just gave me like an iron weapon, which is like not even that good. There it is. Okay, we have 10 tropical berries. Good. Alright, done. Oh, I think I went the long way. I think if I go back to 7. Go back to 7, go 3, 2, and then camp. Instead of going to like 6 and then 5, 1, 2 camp. The deserts are too big. I remember I can jump down there, but I don't remember that it leads here. Iron Lance? Oh. Nice. I want to play Bombing Bias. Yep, I'm pretty sure I have to do all the quests now. Okay. Uragaan? Oh, I don't have any Bombing Bias kitty though. Okay, that's kinda bad. Okay, where's the rare? Found it. Too much? Too much? I didn't even get it. Too much! Oh god! Okay, you know what? It's not fine, but it's fine. Normal bombing one. Oh, I have to start from level 2? Ooh, I mean, it's possible, it's just a little bit scary. Daharai, happy hunting? I love bombs, comment. I love bombs. Alright. Oh. Your name will be Boom. Okay, Boom. Boom. Alright, let's change to Boom. What's the chance of getting targeted and getting out after getting hit? Takes less time. Oh, Shock Tripper. Makes it easier to knock down foes. So, as an explosive kitty, I have to be ranged? could try. Increase damage, bomb type, support actions, and blast attack. I need to beat them with 20! Oh. Heat bomb resistance. Negates heat and lava damage. Okay. Not bad. Let's go make an equipment for this one. Hello, hello! Hi, Nexus! Welcome. Hope you're doing heckin' good, yummy. So I need long range. Boomerang. Bnahabra Scrap and Voice Point Inner Wing? Oh, nah. Oh. Paw Punch. It's a boomerang weapon. Hey. I mean, good enough, right? Yeah. I don't like Konga. Ooh. Boodrum Scrap. Nah, I don't want to become Boodrum. A Konga. Oh my god. Oh, I can make this, okay. Alright, we got him. We have another Larinov. Larinov. Alright, let's do the last 7-star quest, I think. That's cute, I know, right? Me like. Okay, what the hell is a burn husks? Heroics? Sure. I mean, I don't have heal, so might as well play heroics. When my health is low, I can I just sort of dish out some damage, I hope. I need more water. Nice. Oh, nice. Alright, off we go. Oh, wow, you put me here? Meow meow. Meow meow. There's one big monster. We're gonna go get him. I'm only level 2, it's fine. Why do I feel I've never seen you before? What are you? Oh. Oh, it's a quest specific item, okay. Oh, I went the wrong way. Burn house, maybe? I don't see it. Meow meow. Meow meow. Oh, Gypsaros, okay. Oh, crap. Did I just do a perfect dodge? Oh, wow, perfect dodge does that. What? That was instant excuse? Do you like bomb? Yeet. Ow. Oh yeah, I'm using blunt weapon. Oh, it's a lot later than I thought. Spin. Oh my god, I think it's high rank bullshit. There we go. You like bomb? Oh shit. No. Another one? Another one? Oh my god, the fucking monkey. Oh, thank you, milk. Boom needs help. Boom needs healing. Oh god. Oh. Fucking the Kongas don't die. Oh, okay. And they ran away. Ah, fuck. Oh, I don't get the jump. I guess something else, maybe? I think that's enough. Yep, that's 5. Who wants bomb? I have special delivery. Eat this, asshole. Bomb Kitty the best. Oh, thanks for the books and pets. I missed it, but hey. Oh, wow. Fair enough. Are you shitting me? He's trying to find Konga's help again. Because Konga is OP, they don't die. So at least now I can assume, or I can safely say that every kitty has their own furious moveset. When I was fighting bias, and then I get mad, my dodge roll become aerial dodge, so I can just spam some super strong attacks. I saw you charging up. That head's it's beeping. I don't like it. That head's beeping. Okay, I'm pretty far away. Wake up. I saw that. Okay, it is very telegraphed. It's just a new move that I've never seen before. Oh. Ow. Oh no. Special delivery. Yeet. Too early. I might be dead. If milk doesn't heal, I'm dead. Oh, there it is, True Health Horn. Oh, thank God. I love True Health Horn. Why is Yoshi playing Monhan? Because Yoshi needs some time for relaxation. Why is that wyvern's tail naked? Don't worry about it. It's not naked. It's rubbery. Yeah, it's rubbery. Also, hi Solar. Hello. Welcome. Dodge that. Again? Oh, too early. Oh God. Special delivery. Eat shit. Yeah. That's the best thing ever. Oh, when I do a perfect dodge, it drops a bomb. I saw that right? Do it again? Okay, yeah, I saw that. It totally does. That's kind of funny. Too early. Oh my God, I'm dead. Ow. Oh no, ow. So the tail is naked and stretchy. That makes me worry more. Why? I mean, it's fine. Definitely doesn't improve matters. No, I mean it does in some cases, I guess. Get bombed. Oh no. What do you do when you're angry? Oh boy. Also, yes, Tira Cutie. Wow. Okay. You know, I'll take it. I will take it. I just feel like today I'm half drunk. Like I'm half sleepy drunk today for whatever reason. Boom! Oh, that break the head. Nice. Are you tired? Oh, you are. Wow, that was a lot of KO. Explosion! Oh, you don't have it anymore. I broke it. Yeah, keep doing that. Explosion! Special delivery! Blech. That works. Four? Okay. What? My ore? Are you Yoshi? This is Larinov, but it's pretty close to being a Yoshi, I think. Hi Astro, hello. Welcome. Ow. The fucking monkey! Thank you, you're finally dead after 10 years. Ow. Bombs away! Yeet! Oh my god, this guy. Man, when attacks have no recovery, it's kinda hard to deal with. It feels like it's a thing of high rank, because low rank monster feels relatively tame, and now monsters can just do attacks after attacks. It's a little difficult. Not because of like monster is too strong, but too much like unreactables and well attack with no recovery. like that. I'm okay. Eat shit. Just keep attacking first, that's how you know. Another one? Okay. I wish they bring this back for Monster Hunter World so I can be cat. Everyone thought of the same thing, honestly. This is the first time I know about Prowler, and yeah, having a Prowler's mode where I can just play as a kitty, it's nice. I want that. A lot of people want that. And I forgot where it is that I forgot where it is, but they did mention about Prowler's mode. A mention is a mention. That means that they remember about Prowler's mode. It's a chance that they might bring it back in Wild. It's not high, but I'll take it. I'm so confused. It's okay. Because usually in Monster Hunter we only get to play as hunters, you know, like for the past few days you see me play as like a human with huge ass swords. That's Hunter. Right, and then I think this is the first game where it allows people to play as kitty and go hunt for monsters. Oh no! I don't think you're actually dead. You're not dead yet, you liar. What is Milk doing? Yay. Ow. Eat this, bitch! I bombed my own kitty. Oh no, stop running away. I'm so sick of chasing. That is why I always love a map that is only one single arena, where I don't need to chase them down. I don't like chasing things down. Ugh, look at that. Oh my god, it went so far. Sorry, another Yoshi, I guess? It's not. This is... it's Larinov. No, the herbivore is not here, so I cannot really show you. But when I see the herbivore, I can tell you what it looks like. It's like a dinosaur, a huge dinosaur, you know that one? That has like super long, super slight neck. Something like that. It's Larinov. Yeah, that one. I know almost nothing about any Monster Hunter game. Hey, that's fair. It's totally fine. Wake up! Oh, okay. Okay. Gonna wait for you to do a flashbang and then throw bomb. There it is. Eat this! How many times are you gonna fake death? I don't think this is real death. Oh, it's real death. Okay, okay. Alright, good to know. Head? Oh my god. Okay, job's done. Gonna go get the tropical... what? Get the burn husk. I need mini barrel bomb bay so that I can just keep spam bombs. I can just throw bombs constantly. How nice Kitty can run forever. Never run out of stamina. Done. Mom? It's so cursed. Meow meow. Speed setup. Oh. Two to 7? That's 5 levels. Holy shit. Okay, there should be mini barrel Bombay that I can use now, I hope. Urgent quest, please. I finished everything. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh. That's the only quest I need to do. Oh my god, at least I... Okay, yeah. Yeah, good. Alright, okay. I recommend the Sky Party find a fallen burn house in the area. Okay. Cannot believe it. Burn house is the quest I need to do. Okay, we have the lab now. There it is, mini barrel Bombay. Easier knockdown foes. I should try this one. But I love Mega Barrel Bombay, you know. Oh, it's okay. It's all locked. Oh, level is not enough. 20, 20, 20, 10, 15. Okay. Oh. Oh, nice. That's very generous. Oh, did I forget to give them... Okay, there. Oh. Okay, I think that's it. Hey, let's check out the lab. Thanks for head pet. Expanding item box capacity and other fun things like provision division. Okay. Use the provision division. Use the sneak. Not even you're going to catch. Valstrak shell. Hmm. 3 minutes of the quest start, 5 minutes of the quest. What? Do I even need this? Fine. Lab expansion. Okay. Expensive supply drop. This includes an old pickaxe and old bucknet. Sure. It's free. Supply drop, map and ration. You're telling me? Okay. 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 And hot drinks to warm you. Let me see if there's any other one. No? Okay. Cool drinks. So it will now give me hot drinks and cool drinks that I don't need to bring my own anymore. I guess. Royal Dudrop causing trouble in the Misty Peaks near Yakumo. A Royal Dudrop? Oh wow, it's all red. Oh, red because it's quest counter. Okay, okay. Overgrown sponge. This one? Alright, off we go! But cat? I'm playing as cat. I just feel like cat's a little bit lacking, but it's fun. Three minutes after the quest starts, I cannot believe it. I can now keep doing this. Wee. 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 Very nice. Oh yeah, I should probably get some Yukumo wood. This is high rank, so it's probably gonna be Yukumo wood plus. It's all beautiful. Oh my god. Nice, and number 5? But Royal Ludroth is at 7. I got wood. Oh wait, here's wood. You got wood? Nice. Oh, you got more hardwood. I mean, I live in my house is still a... Well, at least the second floor is wooden still, which I feel is not bad. You come out this half cement, half wooden warehouse? Sort of. I mean, rare, yeah. It is kinda rare. Like, because this house is at least, to my knowledge, I might be wrong, 60 something years, I think. The house is still under my grandpa's name, who is already not here for a long time. Ow. Boom. 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 I'm gonna try this one. Oh. Hmm? Oh, wait, supply drop is like this? I don't need it. I don't need it. I mean, I'm kidding, but it's... Okay, it's fine. Oh, kick the beans on parade. Oh, hi, Dazzy. The beans. We have three kitties on the hunt. Boom. Hope you're doing good, Dazzy. Oh. The Mega Bomb. Special delivery. Yeah. Bombs are great. Oh, I got so lucky. Oh, I dodged just too early. Need to remember I have aerial or not, I have adapt dodge. More supply drop? Where's the supply drop? Oh, the start. Let me take my thing. Thank you. It's a thing that I don't need. Going away? No? It keeps moving around. It's kind of hard to use a shock trooper. Okay. I don't know what you're doing. I'm doing good. Watching the cute bean fight the big sponge. Hey, good to know. Big sponge. I like the spongy boy. If it could ever was, it would be. Then maybe stack your pussy up way out long when you're making a push for it. What is that? Huh? Is there lyrics or some shit? I heard a lot of meow. I mean, yeah, this tree kitty on the hunt. Tree kitty. I don't even know if my bomb is doing anything. But I like throwing bombs. Boom. Oh, okay, yeah, wow, it's actually doing something. Boom. Wee. Wee. It's fine. Hello, mate. Hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing good, heck and bean. Adapt dodge. Oh, it's a lot slower than I thought. Boom. Wee. Special delivery. Don't go. Wait, no. Aw. Oh. Wee. Oh, too early. I got so lucky. Barrel bomb is very weak but generated a lot of bar. Oh, you're right. I feel like I'm able to throw Mega Barrel Bomb a lot more times than just now. Wee. 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 Uh-oh. Eek. Boom. Boom. Oh. Boom. Boom. Yay. Ow. Yay. That works. Wee. Ow. Barrel Bombay. Chicken. Chicken. It felt nothing. Another one? Back and forth? No? Okay. Oh. Okay, so at the tail is fine. Good to know. Boom. Explosion! Special delivery! Whee! Boom! Yeah. Boom! 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 Ay. Ow. Oh yeah, you're tired. Right. Boom. Here comes the big one. Oh, no. Oh. It's a little slow, but when it hits, it's so satisfying. Oh, okay. Well, I guess don't look down on small bombs. It works. It's really strong. That shit's strong. Wee. Wee. Nah. I'm just throwing bombs. This is so good. Don't move. Ah! No. It's all I ask. Oh, I got lucky. Jagia? Oh, that doesn't count. It's kind of dangerous to just go in like that. And enough of you. Oh. If I can't play as a cat in Monster Hunter Wilds, I will raid the Capcom headquarters like a kobold I am. Hey, count me in. Kobold will join. We'll go there and just yip them to oblivion. Yip Giddon. I keep looking at the previous chat, that person. I don't know what that means. Like, I genuinely don't know what that means. To me, it looks like a gibberish of words that I cannot understand. English is tough sometimes, or all the time. Hmm? Too early. Animation cancel, baby. Good. Eat this. Another one? RX combos into nuke cancel go crazy? Nuke cancel? RX is this? Oh, that works. That hit. I can do. Oh. Oh my god. I don't like it when I'm trying to do like a specific thing and I can never do it. It frustrates me so much. This? So I can cancel this into something else then. Fuck. I'm just gonna do my own thing. It's frustrating me when I'm trying to do something specific and it just doesn't work out my way. I'll just throw bombs. There's no need to get frustrated over something that I cannot do. Hope you like bombs. And it's running away again? Feels like high rank they keep running away so much. Must be a high rank thing, because low rank they don't. A cobalt skin mod for the cat or something? I mean, World has the... Oh, is it... Oh, you're bathing! Okay. I like that. Wait, it's just soaking out window? Soaking out some water? Because it's a sponge. Right. I gotta try this. Whee! I'll do it again. Already. Oh, nice. I was thinking the cat cobalt skin is something that Monster Hunter World Fatalis cat skin. You know that one? It could be like that, but more cobalt-ish. I'm holding it. don't know if that works, but I'll take it. They should hit. That was a little quick. Oh no! Second one? Okay, they have a chance. Throw it! Hope you like bombs! I'm way too used to moving at light speed. You can also dodge bomb quicker by dodge bomb quicker by dodging? It is slightly faster. You can also dodge your own nukes, so this so both applies. I cannot. Can I dodge forward? Maybe with the big bomb I can? Oh. Every bias has a different kind of anger, right? So when bombing bias is angry, what does it get? I know fighting bias gets like a air dodge or like an aerial dodge. What does bombing bias get? Oh, although I only know beast and fighting bias gives like a nothing. Wow. You know what? Actually, fair enough. We get bombs. What more do I want to ask for? This fight is taking 10 years. Oh, I need this. Just make the Cobalt mode yourself and mod it in. On this forgotten engine. I don't even know how that works. I don't really know what engine old Mars Hunter use. They have like one singular engine that they use until World, I believe. Oh god. Unfortunately, we gotta go again. Got a quest to do today. Good luck with your hunts. Rolling out. Yep. Okay. And good luck with your quest too, man. I'm gonna need a lot of luck on this one. I'm probably gonna spend like 40 minutes to 50 minutes to kill this thing. Does level matter in this particle universe? Because my particle is only like level 7, going against a high rank Royal Ludrow. Don't know if that's a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Buff and skills matter, so level don't really matter. Okay. Then I'm just thinking about it too much. It's just skill issue. Oh, sometimes it's randomized. Oh, we are finally limping, holy shit. Are you going to fight? Probably a noob question, but can Particle capture monsters? I don't see if I can do that. Since I cannot bring my own shock trap and tranquilizer bomb. Unless I need like a specific bias for it. Oh, I'm too late. And it was unlocked more skill slots and art slots, so it doesn't not matter, but a level 10 particle can 8-minute any normal monster mission with a solid build. Fair enough. It's Monster Hunter, I believe that. 100%. Ooh. That was fast. too early. I'm dead. I don't know where that X habit came from, but I know why the troll version exists. Capcom was kind of wildin'. Hey, they were cooking with this generation Ultimate. What can I say? Modes and everything. It's so content rich. They were definitely cooking. Bombs away. It would be funny if the bombs I'm throwing is doing like 1 damage. Well, not 1 is an exaggeration, but maybe 2. Okay. Here we go. Should probably use some weapon. Oh, there we go. Wow. They definitely cooked with bombing bias, but then they said, let's make one of their birthright camouflage. Stupid! Camouflage is useless. I don't know what it does. Mini Barrel Bombay basically do 2. No way. It's bomb! How could it do 2 damage? But you at least have an innate bomb boost you don't have to build, so it's better than the worst option. I mean, I have the boost bomb blast damage, I think? Does it show here? Yeah, this one. No, not here. Which one? A bomb damage is increased and comes with the Mega Barrel Bombay ability. So maybe 3, 4, 5? Not 2. 2 is just depressing. It's bomb. It has to be more than 2. It's bomb. It hurts. Even when you have like the smallest firecracker fling at your hand, it hurts. Right, that took way too long than it should. 39 minutes for Royal Loot Drop. Oh my god. KO King, okay. It's a mini bomb. It is still a bomb. The bomb hurts. It explodes. It go boom boom and then it ow ow. It hurts. Should I go back to Beast? Barrel Bombay kinda go crazy though, especially when merged with Perfect Dodge. Mini barrels though are practical stones. they're just stones. Whee! I don't know why you giving me so many things whenever I talk to you, but thanks. Happy hunting. Beast is kind of stressful though. So, you're telling me Mini Barrel Bombay is dealing pretty much 2 damage per toss. Oh, fuck me, I didn't. It's bomb, it's supposed to hurt. What do you mean? It's locked. The Slay Shagaru Magala. I did it though. What do you mean? I won it. Rush at a foe with a Giga Barrel Bomb. Oh, Fury mode only. Ah, that's like once per 10 years, I think. Wait, no, huh? I can spam this though. Oh, when it's Anki and then you do this in Rush? Maybe? I don't know. But I like the Bomb Rush. It sounds good. Pretty much, but is it a buffed bomb? Can you buff bomb? With like skills, I guess? Increases likelihood of stunning monsters. By what? Me throwing bombs? You can damage bomb type support actions and blast attacks. Wait, I need this. Level 20? Fuck! No, why? Why is it level 20? Bomb scale to attack, so arts like Demon Horn and weapon upgrade buff bombs. Oh, only for Kitty, right? Only for Kitty. So, temporarily empowers user and allied feline. Empower doesn't really mean alpha attacking? I don't know. Oh, hey, that's pretty good. Chestnut Cannon. I use this one, meaning if you have both on at once and perfect dodge your own Giga Barrel, you can fully buff double layer Giga Barrel Bombay. It's incredibly powerful. So I now see Giga Barrel Bombay. It's not Mega, it's Giga. So I need to be level 20. Wait, no, not level 20. I thought I killed. Do I have to kill with this kitty? And then I can get it? with anyone who has it. So I need to bring this kitty either with Prowler or Hunter, and then to kill a Shagaru Magala. I don't see much problem with that. Let's do it. Although I'm trying to up my star as quick as possible. A ton of wood. Wait, no, I'm trying to go to the lab. Then we can dojo the camouflage into Demon Horn. I don't see any difference. Did something upgrade? Hi. Map and ration for the starter quest. First time and ration is not bad for Hunter. Map, man, not so much. I feel like. Just get this one. Okay, nothing new. Okay. I'm not gonna use too much mini barrel Bombay. Albeit it's fun as hell, but it's too slow. It's too slow. Look, I'm here trying to get to as much rank as possible. So need to be fast, a little bit fast, or not speed run kind of fast, but you know, a little bit of speed. 10 Comet Rocks. Break the shell. I can break the shell? Oh yeah, you can break the shell. I forgot. Capture a Barrow. Daimyo, Hermitoid in the Barrow. Yankuku in the Gyps Ross. No, not too hard. Not too hard because I don't see a single Kongalala. I hate the monkey. And no Lagombi. I hate the bunny. Alright, let's get this one. I'll try to break the shell if I can. Our X attack doesn't get deflected, right? If it doesn't get deflected, I can sort of just abuse that and just keep attacking. Alright, let's go Boom Bong and Milk. What's deflected? Okay, good to know. Very good to know. Aha! Now I can just attack. It's a number 3? Okay. Never heard of it? Good to know, yes. Who wants a bomb to the face? Wee! Oh wait, it doesn't even get deflected. Fine. What are you doing? Why is my hand up? Why are you detecting? Are you detecting my shoulder? I guess. Give me that shell, give me that shell. Aha. You've opened yourself up. Stupid. Uh oh, okay, I'm the stupid one apparently. Are you down? Okay, nice. Oh, you're down for 2 seconds, okay. What are you doing? Oh, you're eating stuff, okay. Oh, I forgot about that move. Whoa, what? Alright, yeah, you have an ass hit as well. Be crabby. I is waiting for a big download. Ooh, okay. It's not Hell Divers, right? I mean, you've been playing it. To my knowledge. Attack, attack. Where's the item? Oh. No, Helldivers is already installed. It's not that big, just a PDF editor. Oh, okay, okay. It's detecting my hand. By what? I don't know. My hand is not up. Okay, I guess I It's actually my shoulder. Why did I moving my shoulder? Oh shit. My shoulder is my hand now. Oop. Oh. Hey, thank you. Mm. Kitty. Yeah, I'm putting him through head right now. Okay, see, I'm moving my shoulder and it's working. That is my shoulder. Why am I didn't think my shoulder looks like him. That's a new tech. Look at that shoulder. Was it the other shoulder? No. Oh, okay, it's only this shoulder. I heard you like bombs. Eat this. Yeah, I feel like I recognize that motion. Yeah, kill your own crab, yes. Secret Manhunting. Secret. Secret. Did I break it? No, I didn't. The subquest is not completed yet. I guess that's the initial layer, question mark? Heard you like bombs, asshead. Yep. Oh, I wanted to try rush mode now. Nice. Oh, that's a new move. Okay. Nah, you're not a dragon. Don't touch me. Yeah, I'm using my right hand for this shit. Get out. No touchy because you're not a dragon. Oh wait, I'm still angry. Rush! Not really rushing, but okay. Uh-oh. Wait, I'm healing? My health is gradually healing. If you guys don't know, I'm actually playing this game with one hand. That's why that's why, you know, it's super hard. That's why when I play Monster Hunter, it looks like it's very hard, but it's not. If I'm missing both of my hands to play this game would be too easy. I don't want that. And Cobalt likes a good challenge. I'm betting on it. I don't care. Oh my god, that movement is getting me confused. To be fair, it's a crab, so... Help! Lucky! I broke something. Yeet. Oh, I recognize that. Okay. Oh! I got greedy. Does it not break? Oh, something broke. Oh, I'm too small. I'm too small, you cannot hit me. Oh. Okay. Milk, try attacking Milk. Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, that took 10 years. Good enough. Eat this. Oh, sun is shining directly at my face. Okay, let me change the settings real quick. There shouldn't be not much problem here if I make myself more darker. Like this. Then exposure -6. There we go. Okay. My face doesn't go crazy anymore. How do I go there? Oh, oh, I see, I see. Okay, okay. I feel like it has been a while since I last played Tekken. I don't know, tomorrow is Sunday. I feel like Sunday is like a good time to play some Tekken since, you know, Sunday. More people be playing. Oh, too early. Nuh-uh. You're not touching me, you asshead. Get out. Whee! Ow. Do you like bombs? Yeah. We try. Boom. Oh. Touch? No, you're not a dragon. You cannot just touch. You're not dragon. Ow. Explosion! I aimed the wrong way. Oh no, we're going again. Yeah. Woohoo! Oh, wow, I got debated. Oh my god, please stop running away. Now you're just wasting time. Oh my god, I'm pissed. Again, fuck. It ran away 4 times. What the fuck is this? Finally. It's always, the game is like, it's always fun. Not until they keep running away when they saw the sight of me. It's like, what the hell? It doesn't give the fun factor any... It doesn't have any fun factor in it when the monster just keeps running away at the sight of you 4 times. No. What it does just makes me mad. Fuck. Because it's time wasting. It does nothing other than just wasting my time if it's just running away, if it just runs away like that constantly. And there I go again. Being mad. Cause you keep touching them without permission. Oof, they run. Kira. Ella. Oh, silver crown. Can't flush anymore. Can you flush a crab? Oh wait, crab has eyes. Probably, but I'm a cat. I don't have flesh bomb. That's what Monster Hunter World did well with Lairs, I think. Made it so they couldn't spam run. Even if they could spam run in World, it doesn't really like waste too much time, because one, Monster Hunter World allows us to like run faster, doesn't have too much loading screen, so that, you know, it doesn't waste as much time. So I don't feel like, even if they spam run in World, I don't feel like it's too bad. But in this game, if they spam run, they just... I need to go through so many loading screens. It's just so annoying. I don't want it. I'm here to play the game, not to fucking look at loading screen. Like, trying to find the monster by its own is already good enough of a you know, exploration where I can look at the surrounding. That's good enough. Don't make them spam run. Flash Kobo? I mean, if a dragon could flash me, that would be great. You know, maybe not on stream. I'm a very angry kobold again. Ugh. Being a continuous map is nice in that respect. Definitely tougher on all the limited hardware though. That is very understandable. And they should understand, because of that, they shouldn't spam run even more. Like, even more of a reason that they should not be doing that. Why, you know? Like, for real. It doesn't give any fun factor to the game. Unless there are some people out there, I'm not gonna judge, that likes to chase someone when they are weak. You know, like if they are limping and then they chase them down, maybe that sort of give them the adrenaline. I don't know. I don't have that. I don't have that feeling. You know, I cannot even do an evil laugh. You want me to do what? Just chase them and look at on loading screen? I cannot be like, you're gonna die already. Like, I don't do that. You know, I'm not that. I don't go like I see someone limping, and then it's like I'm the killer with a knife on my hand, holding it backhand. It's like looking at them menacingly, and slowly walk towards them. I don't know. I don't have that. Oh, I found it. I think that actually kind of works. Not too much. Actually perfect, I think. Not too much. That should be everything. I think I can make a Gormagala greatsword. I know I already have a lot of Grey's wool. Oh, it's so the sharpness is shit though. Omniplagia sack. How do I get that? Claro blade. Oh, it's Great Macau. Carapace sword. Oh, I need Gormagala shell? Ah, oh, crap. I mean, this is pretty strong with 5 defense to boot. Hell yeah. Tigrex Claw plus Fusumore. don't think I need foodie since I'm playing as Hunter. Let's get this one. Heals. I don't need Dukkha. I'm gonna go to the lab. I don't need any cold or hot drinks, right? I think. Probably. Cool. Valor Greatsword, my beloved. Can we have Valor Greatsword for Kitty? Can we have Valor Greatsword for Kitty? I hope. Kobo, hi Narix. I updated Ala's site. Oh, you upgraded fully? Cool. Wait, you got the wings on your own? Damn, nice. Oh. I. Oh, it's way slower than that. Three, 4. Oh, crap. Oh wait, I have my weapon drop. Down. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Double. Okay. Two chicken in same place? Hmm. forgot about that. Oh. Oh yeah, there's a family dinner tonight. Fuck, I forgot. I was too caught up with my anger. I was a little bit angry at this game. I'm not gonna lie. Just a little bit. I mean, it's an old game. Some flaws are very expected. That works. Moonbreaker? Moonbreaker. A dead Valor Great Sword, my beloved. Won't be layering it unlike the fatty one. Would you prefer Gypsros or Gigi, by the way? Gigi. Gypsros looks a little bit... I don't like. Gypsros looks like chicken. Gigi looks like mini chicken. And I think I kinda like mini chicken. Using human... Well, Prowler cannot do that. I can interrupt their runaway, but not the kitty. Sits on Cobalt. Why am I getting sit on? Hi, Dub. Oh, it's been a while. Hi. And Cobalt is a little bit heated, but I'm slowly calming down. Hope you're doing good, Dub. Trying a different PDF editor now, so under the download, it's a weird looking Raytheon. Kutku? Kutku is, yeah, a weird looking Raytheon. Chicken, actually. I forgot to sharpen. Ooh, let me sharpen for a little bit, thank you. Ow.
Yep.
Yep. Can I be honest for a little bit? When the sun is shining at my face in this dark corner, I actually cannot see anything. Yeah, that dark corner, I cannot see anything. That's kinda bad. Nah, take this. Take this. No, take this. Moonbreaker. How much is my health? Oh, my health is not good. Wait, let me heal. I need to close the curtain. I cannot see my health. Oh god, that was instant. I'm just gonna drink potion. I think my health is pretty low. Okay. Flash. I'm far enough. Where's the month? I actually cannot. Oh my god. Little wildflower, hi. Bolt, Cobalt, yip. How you doing? Yip. Yip to you as well. Oh, you're finally tired? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's dead too. Let me just do one hit first. Okay, run away. That broke the head. Oh my god, that's dedication to its to its career. Fake death. Moonbreaker. The head. Kobo getting in real life flashed? I am. I'm missing a little chat. Give me a second. I actually can. It's kind of tough playing with sunlight on my face. I have to put my camera settings at -6 exposure with 0 gain, so that my camera don't freak out.
Why you bully me?
I'm the one that's getting bullied. Oh, okay. Okay, EG. Wow. All right, we good. Let me carve this real quick. Hope you're doing good, little wildflower. How's Kobo doing? Was a little bit heated at this game, but now I'm doing pretty good. I'm having fun again. Finding box and carry too? What? Why? Thanks for the boop. Come carry on. Have you considered not getting poisoned there, Kobo? Yeah, but it's hard. It's just that it's just the poison is coming my way. I cannot not get it poisoned. You carry you, not me. What do you even need me? What? The small Kobo carry both of us big guns. The rocks is a Bunai. It's fine. Me just woke up. Hope you have a nice sleep. Crystal Paws, hi. How's going? Going pretty well now, at least. It's already 5. Oh no, it's already 5:30. No. I can do one more quest. Kobo, have you noticed you've been poisoned for like a minute? No, I actually can. I'm not lying. I actually cannot see it. I need to like. I need to go to my screen and just do this. Oh, I got poisoned. I need to be like that, and it's like, Mostly rushing to 100 for Great Spiritual. One against Vitalis? I haven't. I mean, I don't think I carried, but I was just spitting Mega Potion at you. I have friendship build. Sneaky boop Kobold. I'll boop you back. I like boops though, thank you. You bully the monster? Well, sort of. Because I got bullied by monster just now. Thanks for the head pet. I need to get carried by... I'll need carried by Narix. Narix needs to carry me. Yep. Love pooping kobolds. Actually every species. Hey, that's fair. Me too. That one last hunt conundrum. Then we add in poetry. Can I? Just one more hunt, ma. I'm gonna go close the curtains. I actually cannot see shit. Give me a second. Beans. Green beans. They're healthy, but I hate them. unless you're talking about these beans, then it's definitely not healthy. Or is it? I don't know. I can back you. Find a way to fit heavy artillery tree onto the anti-fatalist build. What? Are you playing heavy bowgun? From that point of view, Kobo is chunkily breasted. You mean... sort of. Kinda. Speciesist? I'm not. Wait, is my controller dead? Oh, my controller got jammed. Okay, there we go. Why they got jammed? Is it because no sunlight? Okay, we're back. That makes us 2 against home community. Somebody snooch to boop? Yeah. I like spamming boops too. Heavy artillery is for the emplacements. Oh, like the machine gun and the ballista. Shoulder beams. Here, just for you. Just for you. Okay. No, but never help Bunai. I can help Bunai, I guess. Makes it easier to hit the cumulative damage threshold to make him topple. Oh, true. A ship? Yeah, I've been on the ship for a while. This is the best place ever. Alright, one more quest. I need to be fast because family dinner is coming up soon. Oh god! Okay, So adorable, and you're adorable. Petition to help Bunai. Can. You want me help you? Can. I mean, for real, it sure. I mean, if tonight it's possible, then yeah. An airship? Ixon likes ships? I like... Well, I like some ships too. When people ship me with dragon... Ratalos? I haven't unlocked Ratalos yet. Capture a Barrow. Hunt the Daimyo Hermito and the Barrow. This is in Dunes? Oh, they're both in Dunes. Sea Hunters of Jiu end up hunting a Valstrax because they build a ship. And Valstrax is only threat to the ship. And Valstrax is cute though. Well, any and all dragons are cute in my book. Definitely not biased because I'm a kobold. I'm never biased. My point of view, I'm never biased, but all dragons are pretty cute. Alright, I need to be fast, alright, I need to be fast. Mega Demon Dragon! Dunes, try any hot drinks? Okay. That should be good enough. No, not adorable. That just makes it even more adorable now. There's zip lines? Wait, no. Zeppelin? I don't know what Zeppelin is. Besides Longsword, Lance, and CB? Oh, wait, cannot 啊！这么一讲臭话真的是，你在 stream 会被骂臭话哦，不好哦。换间来一个 CB。Leave my teeth out of this? What? Oh, toothless. Yeah, leave my teeth out of this. And dragon and scared. Oh, wait, you're a dragon? Oh, wow, wee. I found new friend. I found new second. I think I'm ready, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go make a demon drug. I will drink Mega Demon Drug and go and just beat the shit out of them. Oh, okay. Thanks, game. Alright, as said, I'm not a prowler this time. You're dead. And I'm not obligated to destroy your shell anymore. I'm holding it. That takes a long time. Moonbreaker! I had a feeling. All the instant attacks, fun. Oh wait, Milk is dead. I need to heal my own. Oh. Cool. Moonbreaker! Okay. so it has short range. Oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh my god, the ledge killed me. Help me, milk. Oh my god, that actually helps so much. I love my healing particle. Ugh. Moonbreaker. Oh my god. Thank you, Bong. Are you eating something? What are you doing? Were you breakdancing? Nope. Moonbreaker. What is happening? Thanks. Oh wow, ledge. Can you count how many times ledge killed me? I love unreactable attacks. Oh my god. What? Oh, you cannot. Oh, actually you can. Thanks. I never thought Daimyo Hermito can be this annoying. Chicken burger. Still don't know how to play it. Play what? Oh, CB fun. Yeah, actually CB is pretty fun. Charge rate is super fun. Just you're gonna recognize something, like you're gonna remember some shit, or like there's a lot of management to do with Charge Blade. Oh, they're behaving weird again. Ear gnomes cold. It's still here, right? If Kobo Huggies, thank you. And Kobo is stressed. Kobo is stressed from all these fucking crap. Hey Lex! What is happening? Oh, Barov is here, fuck. Okay, this is gonna be good. What did I just hit? Moonbreaker! Help. I require assistance. Oh my god. Thanks. Oh, you're dying, you fucking crab? I'm killing you. Please don't fight the loading screen, thank you very much. Ow. Ooh. Ooh. That hit? Asshole! Oh, you're dead, okay. Well, Moonbreaker was cool. Good riddance. I just want to counter. That's why Lance attracted you. You're gonna love Lance in Monster Hunter Rise then, because it's batshit insane. Although I haven't saved this, but I hope you are doing good. Counter. Actually have Guilty Gear counter noises. We love that. Counter. Oh, yeah, that was quick. No wonder. I forgot I have Mega Demon Drag on. Whee! Oh yeah, okay, you can turn like that. Ting. My kitty. Moonbreaker. Rush? No rush? Why did it not hit me? Why did it not hit me again? Okay, thanks game. Actually, thank you game. I cannot believe it. I sure it hit me twice. Don't flex, don't flex, don't flex. I know we're happy about it, but... Moonbreaker. Oh. Oh, that was quick. Why is Milk wearing a reptile? Where's Milk again? Oh, Milk is not alive currently. Yeah. I'm going in, baby. Oh. I think this is far enough. You really don't go down for a long time. Okay. Thanks. What is that turn? Did you turn 90 degrees? Are you playing Initial D? I didn't know. Oh, okay. I'm charging full. Fair enough. Ah, okay, there we go. Now that hits. I love Great Sword. You are actually playing Initial D! Boop Narix? Where's my boop? Long serves that edgy charging slash? You mean Spirit Helm Breaker? Boop Breaker. Boop Breaker. I'll boop you. Narix Bowgunner? I don't see Narix play Bowgunner as much, or if at all. Mega Moonbreaker. That was cool. Get up, get up, get up. Do it again, do it again. Do it again, do it again. Uh-oh. Do it again. Nope. There we go. Nope. Moonbreaker. Oh, someone's tired. Oh yeah. Oh. Moonbreaker. Moonbreaker. Meow. Oh, you joined my Discord. Okay, okay. I'll go check it out afterwards. Is it here or here? Yipcord. We go annoy boxer for our longsword. I'm a longsword player too. What do you mean annoy? All I do is just use I usually when I play multiplayer I go longsword support damage build. Kobo, check your health. It's okay. It's looking fine. Later he launches into stratosphere. I'm just a kobold. How am I supposed to do that? I thought you're the one that can launch us into the stratosphere. being a Valstrax and all. Heck, a Barov. Barov's cool. I kinda like Barov. Boop. Boop. I'll boop you. I'll boop you. I'll boop everyone. The boop. Boop. Actually, I forgot I have this. Give me a second. You want boop? I don't think this is very accurate, but let me try something. Sorry, give me a second. Here, move, and then if I go here and then go, oh, now you can boop. Oh wait, the boop is not right. Give me a second. If I put boop here. Yeah, now you can boop. Valstrax's new pin carry you into stratosphere. Wow. Oh no, my snoot. I mean, yes, my snoot. My mega snoot. Last 10 horn virtuoso. Don't look at my tail. Oh god. There. Yeah, look at it. Oh, you know what could be better if I add this one. Oh. About my boop.
Emotional damage.
Boop. Attack Mega Snook. And then the eye towards the end. The more heckin' boops. You like it? I mean, the ouch thing can probably come along with the drop pipe. Oh no, you want that one? I mean, I'm sure I can find it. It's very easy, I think. It needs to be what kind of foul is it again? I forgot. It's a special foul type. Give me a second. Use item. It has to be a .vtpa file. I could find it. Peak boop. Okay, that's enough with the boop cam. Kobo has enough boop now. Kobo feel very happy with the boops. We have the peak boop performance. Lion small. Oh. No, stinky. Oh yeah, I did say last hunt, right? Yeah, it's already 6. I cannot play more. I'll see. Maybe tonight I can play some Monster Hunter World. Just maybe. Just maybe. My capture card is dying. Help. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go save real quick. Sleep good. Oh.
Yep. And what if Tiara speaks in third person when I'm trying to yip? When Tiara is trying to yip? Speaking in third person might be a little bit difficult than Tiara has initially thought, but Tiara will try her best. Tiara just thinks that speaking in third person while trying to yip is kind of neat. Alright, it's saved. It's saved. Now let me just let Tiara just change to something else. I'll give Tiara a few minutes. Oh, actually a few seconds. Oh wait, no. So, here... It's suddenly so quiet. Become big. Okay, Kobo is big again. And then open up this one. So that it's not that silent because Kobo doesn't like it when it's that silent. Did you know that Kobo listens to music when she's asleep? That's true. And Kobo will always open up some music to soothe her own soul when she's trying to sleep. And all good. Had to check what it does. Well, it's fart noises. It's okay. I personally think fart jokes are funny. Fart jokes is good. Kobo thinks fart jokes is good. Okay, Kobo, stop. Yip voice, yip. Yip, 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 yip. Cutie bold. Extra cute. I'm gonna cry. A kobold's gonna cry. Stink.
Stink. Who to raid? I have a few. Suggestion: Woven Raccoon. Raccoon? Raccoon? Alright, give me a second. Wait, no more Cobalt Yip, right? There. Photogen? Ooh, hey. Photogen is not bad. Give me a second. Yo, Melty Blood? Oh shit. Melty Blood is kind of based. But I never played Melty Blood myself and there's no dragons in there, that's why I didn't play it. If you want Cobalt to play a game, put dragons in it. Oh no, I think I have to figure out an actual image editor. Panic. No. Meow me to the moon. Well, Cobalt cannot meow you to the moon, but Cobalt can try to yip you to the moon if you want. I know you FG. FGC bukan FGS kamu. You little shit. It's FGC. Every game could be improved by adding dragons. Yeah. And I'm happy to announce it should be fine if I talk about this being very subtle, alright? Cobalt has found two, let's say, a very small but very sus, very not safe for public games to play. It's very small, it's very short. I kinda like it. I'll stop. Yay, eat me to the moon? Oh, the dragon's too big. Cobalt has no strength. I'm a dragon and everything is better when I come. Everything is better when you come. No, my brain is corrupted today. I'm just gonna rate to Toon Bold. Don't worry about it. my brain. So my brain is too dirty. Toonbolt? Toonbolt. Toonbolt? Toonbolt. 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 That's right, Toonbolt. Another fellow bird. A fellow bird. I don't think I'm missing anything, right? Wait, I'm actually missing a lot of things. Am I? You know what? My brain doesn't work again. Every time I try to end stream, my brain just like gone. My brain just like, I'm out. Goodbye. It's okay. Let me slowly. Oh yeah, Bernie. Oh yeah, give me a second. I'll do the Discord thing real quick. Nanti dulu Meow. Okay. Just wanted to make sure because, you know, I don't want random people just join into the server and then they start to DM people about, hey, your profile picture looks good. Thanks. Do you want an art for it? Are you thinking about making an art for it? Those kind of stuff is like so much in Discord, it's insane. Alright, there you go. You should be able to look at everything. Well, except for something. in the Discord. Haha. There's a secret. Bernie, we need you in our time of need. Come forth, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I forgot to change back the exposure. Now it doesn't track my eyes anymore. To be fair, I'm Asian and the eye is pretty small. Look, my eyes are pretty small, okay? I know. That's why I have auto blink on, because VC Face constantly think that my eyes are closed, even though they're wide open. Thank you, VC Face. Sorry. Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of you are already in my Discord, but still, I have a Discord. It's usually where I hang out. Do I hang out? I don't really hang out actually, but I'm there. I'm there because usually when I'm not streaming, it's just me with my family. Especially these days. Yeah. So I'll reply when I can. If not, please don't hate me. It's like, oh, I remember there was one message that Kafira sent in my video sharing. It took me 4 days to notice that, oh my god, there's something there. I forgot. It's difficult. I don't know. But I'll be there, right? But at least that's the thing, is that whenever there's any updates on my stream, be it delays or I'm not streaming because of reasons, I'll be Discord will be my first. I will post those things in the Discord firsthand. So yeah, you guys would not be like asking questions like where the kobold macam mana dia apa hal ni? You know, you won't be like she's gone. Oh no. So yeah. Yip. That's Tira in the corner. That's her in the yip. Sipping over dragons. Yeah, I have a dragon sipping corner. Post your dragons in there. Make this kobold happy. Even happier. Post dragons, post... Honestly, reptilians in general, they're all accepted. It doesn't need to be like... make sure to credit those artists if like you're posting pictures that is not yours. It would be best to have credit the artist and or put like sources in there. No love for dinos, only no, Dob, I said no, wait, Dob, I know you're a raptor. Reptilians in general, they're all great. Yeah, they're all great. Beep boop. I learned a new word today. Beep. Beep. Imagine an yip, every yip, few yip words you yip had to yip. Sounds about yip, right? I would yip. I think that's about it. Yeah. I think yip. That's. I hope yip. I didn't forget yip anything. Now. Oh, we're already yipping. Yeah, I'll join it real quick. Wait, I'm supposed to rate. What am I doing? Thanks for the head pin. Me, yip, master, me, yip, hug, yip, you, yip. I'll hug you. Actually, hug me. Uppies, lift me up. I want them. Lift me up. I want them. Lift me up. Kobo wanna fly. Okay, I'm gonna type in the raid to Toombot real quick. Raid. Toombot. It should be this one, right? I hope it's not case sensitive. There, that looks right. I type in the raid. So, yeah, I think I should mention when I stream, right? It would be the best. Like, before I end the stream, it would be best to just... Yeah, I'm gonna self-promote a little bit, alright? Don't mind me. But, I do stream from Thursday to Monday. And then I usually start at... Eh? So, if GMT plus 8:12, then GMT 4 a.m.? 3 a.m.? Or 4 a.m.? Something like that. Time is hard. Time zone is even harder. And numbers is difficult for this kobold. Okay, it's fine. So yeah, I usually stream around that time. Let's just say I stream at... I'll usually start my stream at about 12:30 or 12 to 12:30 GMT plus 8. Yeah? PM. So there we go. Self-promote. That felt weird, but still. So before the raid, I'll come at Yip Hour. Hey, nice. I like Yip Hour too. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Toombot. We're ready to under the kobold. Yeah. And kobold good. Every hour refuse a yip is yip one? Sounds about right. Today, right now it's yip.0 yip PM. Oh yeah, this and this. Yeah, that's a great message. Of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Here, I can copy this one now. Nah, that's how it looks like. Streamlabs is not so that's why. But that's a great message. So if you have my emotes, feel free to use them. If you don't, it's totally fine. Use whatever emote you guys have. And as always, I always wait for the countdown to go down fully. I guess I'll see if tomorrow I'll play more of these or Tekken. We'll see. It's been a while since I last played Tekken and I miss playing it. So we'll see. Maybe. Alright? And right. Make sure to take care of yourself. Kobold loves y'all. Alright? Take care. Kobold smooches. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Take care.